calls for you. Rise from your crypt.
Oh.
What are
Out of curiosity, did you watch? Did you watch the newest Transformers movie? Not the animated one, but like the Rise of the Beasts or whatever.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I was not.
I'm wondering when the sequel to that's gonna come out, because what they what they teased at the end of the movie might be one of the coolest crossover movies ever, honestly.
Yeah.
They the main kid gets accepted to a program, and the program turns out to be the G.I. Joe program.
Right on.
Hit me with the code.
Ready?
Hit me?
I wasn't even in the game yet.
Oh. Thought maybe we were just in that lull of you were trying to get there or something. I don't know.
No, just got sat down at my computer a little bit ago. I was reading something.
Man, Gatorade just does it better. I don't understand why Zero Sugar Powerade tastes like salt.
I have no idea.
No, that doesn't need to exist.
Hmm.
Fucking a new prototype title could be in the pipeline. Kids these days don't even know what fucking prototype is.
Right.
And I don't even really care after fucking nonsense. Fucking 2 wasn't that great.
Yeah, I really liked the first one. But... Well, I also got the pattern for the purple assault rifle.
That's hilarious because I made the regular assault rifle right before I got off last night.
That purple one is way better.
Oh, cool.
It like it
At least
goes.
I'll have all the bullets.
Yeah, the regular one's like 300. This one's like 512.
Oh, send code.
I did.
Oh, did you? I might have. Oh yeah, you did. Sorry, I was busy watching the roast of weed.
I
Just all the
noticed.
hard drug.
Oh, what
All the
now?
hard drugs harp. It's just all the hard drugs harping on weed, and then heroin shows up at the end. And they're all like, "Heroin, when did you get out of jail?" And he's like, "Oh, weed's here. I bet you he'd loan me $500. Cocaine's here. I bet you he'd loan me $500." And then beer's like, "Oh my God, he's wearing a wire." Cops bust in, and the cops are like, "You're all going away for a long, long time, but alcohol, tobacco, and Ambien, you can leave."
I was looking at the website for the new update for V Rising. It says buy now on PlayStation.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So I think the new update's
but
console
does it
release too.
Does it have crossplay though?
It should.
It's only $40. Fuck
Yeah.
yeah, say less. Interesting. The the version that has the Legend of Castlevania is actually cheaper.
Oh yeah. That's got all the cool cosmetics in it.
And like that, I own V Rising.
Nice. Guys, my brother and I will be crack addicted to that on the 28th. The game's just so fucking good.
It's only 4.9 gigabytes.
Yeah, it's not very big. Oh, gold coins and handgun ammo, just what I always wanted.
Supposedly V Rising's been on PlayStation since June 11th last year.
Oh, really? Well, let me... That's a good game. I didn't know it was already on PlayStation.
At least on PS5. It's only got PS5 versions.
Oh, okay.
Shit, had I known that was already on PlayStation, we could have been playing that a while ago. And she's downloaded. And like that, Lola's gone. No, Lola's right here, you fucking Brussels sprout.
Wrong fucking way.
How many boss towers are there?
One for each area.
Gatling gun ammo in the guild storage.
Sweet. I need that. What level are you?
47.
Almost there. Gotta get to 50.
Boy.
Then you can make the harness for Jet Dragon.
Ah.
It is a game changer, bro.
I'm gonna see what Starion and Pyron Noct make together.
Sure. I think I got enough Anubises right now.
You've got 4 more eggs up here.
Bunch of eggs on me from running around.
Oh, I don't know why I'm making cake. You have so much fucking cake in this box already.
Yeah, it's like a stack of 100 or some shit. 60.
It's only 47, but like that's
Well,
still
yeah.
so much cake and it doesn't go bad.
That's
so.
47 pounds, yeah.
Throwing these eggs in this box.
That's fun. Oh.
I suppose you have any palladium fragments on you.
I got 533 now, dude. Where are you? There you go.
Oh, you just throw them in a box. I just need to make a fucking Pyron Noct saddle is all I'm trying to do.
There you go.
Get my fucking 54 hyperspheres. Where the fuck is that thing at again?
What?
The PAL bench. Oh, here it is.
Oh, it's over here. Yeah. Oh, in this second box here, there's a bunch of might elixirs you can drink. Because my strength is capped. Or my attack bar is capped.
Oh, which box?
To the over by the smelters, by the guild chest, the one on the right. This one over here. Need to get ancient civilization core somehow. carbon fiber. I think you gotta do the raids for that shit.
What's that? Did that buff?
Combat.
My attack?
Yeah. What the fuck is that on me? Oh yeah, where's that?
Do you have a sulfur farm somewhere, by the way?
I need to. I just unlocked it. I just need to go build them. But I don't have any sulfur, which I need to make it. So I'm gonna go get sulfur and then go build it at the mining base.
Yeah, I was gonna say you burned through all the sulfur, make all your fucking rounds of Gatling gun ammo.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, I did.
Which means I can't make any assault rifle rounds.
I go. Sulfur is pretty easy to get. Just gotta go to the desert and it's everywhere. Should start some more palladium. Oh yeah. Go.
Yeah, you're so fucking cool with your fucking
Zoom.
zoom.
Let's start breeding them. As soon as I make the breeding farm. This way. Am I green? Or are you green? You're green. I'm yellow.
Well, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Pyron Noct and Starion make a huge verdant egg.
Some grass pollen.
Mamarest.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cut that off right now. Don't need a ton of those lying around.
Let's see. Hold on a second. Something you can throw in there that'll be good.
Today, I'm going to show you how you can breed your way to still making sure that it's accessible for new players, especially we'll see these passives to aim. Let's get started. Cinnamoth is only found in this location, but they're all over the place. They also drop honey, which you will need for the cakes. Vanworm can be found here, This is a fantastic pal overall. Not only is it a great flying mount going from early to mid game, but it's also a dark type with level 3 transporting, and its movement speed isn't reduced much when transporting items, making it one of the best transport pals you can have for your base even in the late game. Gobfin can be pretty overwhelming. If you're level 55 or higher, you can craft the homing sphere launcher and just do this. Now, Ike Theatera is pretty close to these PIDF officers. You'll get flat steps on our list. Speaking of which, I will have this up
No commercials.
Taxes was
base, then use the monitoring stand to assign them to the breeding farm. Place a cake in the box, and a few minutes later, we'll get our egg. Anubis is without it transporting because transporting food items is coded as a higher priority than handiwork, which means Anubis will usually abandon what it's doing to run over and transport some of the food items. I pretty much only want it to be mining when it's not crafting something for me. A decent alternative to Anubis is Splatterina, which is a new pal they just added to the game. It also has a level 4 handiwork and it's a dark type, so you don't have to worry about breeding Nocturnal onto it. Saline's another good option now because not only is it dark type, but its handiwork was also recently buffed to level 4. Personally, I still prefer Anubis over the other two because I don't like the combination of handiwork and transporting. To me, level 3 mining provides a much better value as a secondary job. Alright, next, to get Verdash, let's breed our transport pal. The only other pal with level 4 Noclum also has level 3 gathering. It is better utilized primarily as a transport pal. The only other pal with level 4 gathering is Frostallion Nocturnal, which can either be acquired by capturing the level 60 alpha boss on the Fabric Island, or by breeding the level 60 legendary boss Frostallion with Helzephyr. Now let's breed our Anubis and Vanworm to get Phalaris, then breed the Phalaris with Gobfin.
I would like to think that this pal is named this way because the developer has a sense of humor.
Which one?
Serpent Terra. Fucking Lord Zed's from the original Power Rangers. His Megazord was called Serpent Terra.
Huh. Put a Vanworm and an Anubis in the farm.
You're just looking up combinations.
Fuck yeah.
Cheater. Cheater!
I don't need all that bullshit.
In that order, like a Vanworm, then an Anubis, because I think it kind of matters.
Nah, it says Anubis and then Vanworm, but...
Well, we're gonna see if it fucking matters.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
What is it creating?
A Phalarix? It's a firebird thing. You need it to breed other stuff.
Oh. I only had a crystal Vanworm on me, so.
Oh, I think it has to be a regular Van.
Well, we're already halfway done with this one,
Alright,
so we'll see what this one is.
Yeah, we'll
and
see
then...
what it does.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Ancient Rune here, back with another Palworld video, and today I'll be going over the best base pals in Palworld. Now, pals being optimized in your base is very important, as a lot of stuff can be very grindy, and this makes it a lot more feasible to get those items and not take a long time. The difference between tiers of like work suitability with like level 4 kindling, level 5 kindling is a big amount that I've found, and that just goes with all of them. So getting those max ones is very important. Now, one thing is, we're not going over hybrid skills. I'm just going over the pals that have like the best of a specific skill, and then we're also not accounting for the new workbook stuff because they're just super hard to get right now, so it's not worth mentioning at this moment. Now, if they become a lot easier to get, then maybe I'll make a new video, because some may become better based on their work speed and their typing, but for now that is not being mentioned. So the first thing you're gonna want to make sure you do is upgrade your pals tier as high as possible, because once you get it to these 4 stars, it will upgrade every single one of those levels. And then you also want to make sure you get work speed, as well as possibly nocturnal or vampiric. So the work speed skills you're going to want to work with is Remarkable Craftsmanship, with a 75% work speed, Artisan, which is 50% work speed, Work Slave, which is 30% work speed, and then Sirius, which is 20%
Hell
work
Zephyr
speed.
and Frostallion.
Now, because I
is
have
the only
a
way
dark
to get a
type, they do
Frostallion
not
knocked.
sleep at night, so they will continue working. But if you
And then
don't
you
have
gotta
a
catch the
dark type, then
Frostallion.
you are going
It's
to
a
want
level 60
Nocturnal or
boss.
Vampiric, where they both do
Like
not
the Jet
make the
Dragon.
pals not sleep, and they will continue to work at night, making this extremely useful and a lot more effective than getting another work speed passive. And then you will also want to go over and enhance pal souls to get your work speed up to max on this level, and it will be even better. So first off, I'll go over mining. We have Astagon. It has level 5 mining at max, as well as being dark type, and the other pals that can get level 5 mining are not dark type, meaning that this is just a lot better because we get that extra work speed. Doesn't mean the other ones don't work, but this is going to be much better here. Then we have Celeste here with this fabric update. This is the first pal to have level 5 lumbering at max, making this an exceptional pal and undisputed best lumbering pal. And you'll see here, since it's not dark type, we have the nocturnal. Then we have Blazemut Ryu. We are using this for the kindling. Now, Germantide Ignis does have level 5 kindling as well, but it also is really big, especially the alpha version, making it really difficult with bases. So it's a lot better to go Blazemut Ryu. Even if it did have better work speed for Germantide Ignis, I would still go Blazemut Ryu just because of the size. Is always super annoying. Then same thing, because of Dormantide Ignis, we have the Dormantide replacement, which is Valaris, which has
weird.
level 5 watering. This is the only other watering pal
They made a
that
regular
can go to level
scorching
5.
egg.
So this is really good
Really?
and just a lot smaller, making it so much better than
Oh,
Jormatide.
it probably can't
Then
be
for
the
planting, we
first
have
one.
live lean, as this has level
Which
5
I have a
planting
regular
and the
one. I'll be
only
back
pal
in a
with it.
second.
Then we have
Gotta get this
Stallion
sulfur.
Nuct, which has the level 5 gathering, and the only pal that's
Incineram.
able to get level 5 gathering as well, making it again undisputed, as well as being dark type. Then we have Bella Noir with the level 5 medicine production, making it exceptionally well for medicine. This is one of those where you only really need to bring into your base when you're doing medicine stuff, otherwise it's not worth it. Then we have Nocklum for transporting. It has level 5 transporting, as well as just having pretty good transport speed. Now I've heard that Polaris and Polaris Aqua can be competitive. It's one less transporting tier, but it's more transporting speed. But I would go Nocklum here. Now I know I have some power cells into this, but you do not need work speed up here with the power cells, nor at the bottom, as work speed at this time does not affect transporting, so you'll want to go movement speed stuff as well as nocturnal. So I have Legend for that 15%, Swift for 30%, and Runner for 20%, and then nocturnal. I'd probably make sure you get Swift and nocturnal, then Runner. If you don't have like an unrateable base, then Legend can be nice, but usually you're able to control that. Then for cooling, we have Frost Stallion. Now Bastigor also has cooling, and in my opinion, has much funnier animation, but Frost Stallion has better work speed, making Frost Stallion the better option here compared to Bastigor. And then for electricity, we have either Azurmane or Orzer. Now, Orzer has been around a lot longer than Azurmane, so I'm sure plenty of people have that.
One more random combination.
And the winner is T-Mobile Home Internet. JD Power's #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet.
The wrap it up music already?
T-Mobile Internet has price lock. They won't raise your rate on internet.
T-Mobile Home Internet with plans starting at $35 a month with price lock.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
Ladies, gentlemen, and pals of all ages, with new updates come new priorities when it comes to how you set yourself up within Palworld. Whether you are using default maximum base settings, or maybe you've done a bit of world setting fiddling to give yourself extra bases, you still probably want to make sure that you are getting the most out of the base that you have, and the pals that are within them. So today we're going to talk about what is essentially the singular perfect base location for generating as many resources as possible, and then we'll go over all the best pals in the game to use within your base for the various things that you'll need, covering all of the relevant work suitabilities. First up then, we've got the location, and this right here at the end of this thin pathway toward the tip of the red cliff on your map is the only spot on the entire island of Fabric where there are 3 hexalite quartz nodes within the radius of 1 base circle. So for making new equipment, this is just the best that you're going to get. As well, there is a little oil node set up here, so you can extract oil within the same location too. As for the rest of your setup, I'm not going to dictate exactly how you're going to make your bases, that's up to you of course, but as far as efficiency, always remember that verticality gives you a lot more space to work with if you build upwards, and remember that as of this point, every earlier game resources and things that are from like before Fabric are collectible from one of the auto farms that you can create at this base. The things like the logging site, the ore site, the coal site, the sulfur mining site, all of these, and meaning that this one location can get you pretty much everything that you need in the game except for chromite, but the only real solution to that is bringing a max condensed smoky around to some caves. So this really is the most effective location given what we've actually been offered by the devs here. That said, the next step is the pals themselves. And before we get down into the nitty-gritty here, I want to be clear about what we'll be going over, which for the most part is the pals that can hit the highest rank of each work suitability naturally, the best passives and general practices to make the pals more effective at their job, and then just a generally good spread of a few pals that between them can functionally take care of your whole endgame base to a very high level. Before that, however, for those that don't know, when essence condensing into a pal, which is how you give them more star ranks, the final star rank also improves all work suitabilities that the pal has by 1 rank. So any pal with a naturally level 4 work suitability becomes level 5, which is the maximum that you can reach. So anytime you hear me talking about a level 4 natural work suitability pal, I'm saying that because that's how they spawn out in the wild before you make them into level 5. This is the more normal way of reaching level 5 work suitabilities, and there is now also the condensed all-purpose pal extract that you can buy with dog coins from the metal merchants that rotate around the churches, and I highly recommend using this for the final condense, as that makes it the equivalent of saving 64 pals. That said, there is one other method to raise work suitabilities for pals, which are the applied technique manuals. These exist for every work suitability skill and allow you to forcibly increase the level of a pal's work suitability by 1. Through these, you can force pals that wouldn't normally reach level 5 in a work suitability to actually be able to hit that maximum. This can totally shift what the best pals are, however the drop rate on these items is so unbelievably low, as in less than 1/100% from the various dungeons and supply chests within the game, up to still less than 1/10% from the level 60 oil rig golden chest that you can only open once after you defeat the boss there per respawn. So to put it simply, if you have enough of these items, the best pal for each work suitability actually just becomes anyone that is naturally nocturnal, so dark type, as that saves a passive skill slot. And if there are multiple that applies to, then it is whatever one is physically fastest and has the lowest hunger drain, though that's getting into some really nerdy sort of number stuff around the game at that point. Suffice it to say, for the average player, you won't be basing your work pals around these manuals because they are so rare, so I won't be going into detail on them today. And if you do, it's just enough of a boost to apply them to a nocturnal replacement for what would otherwise be a normal level 5 work suitability pal. That said, if you have an insane pile of these, it is worth mentioning there are pals that also have like 5 separate work suitability options and are also naturally nocturnal, so if you boost literally all of their available suitabilities to 5, you can get a ton of value out of a singular pal. But obviously it can't do multiple activities at the same time anyways, so that's maybe a little bit more than just a bit overkill. Moving on then to more specifics, let's start with your kindling pals. As of this moment, there are 2 pals with natural level 4 kindling, and these are Blasmit Ryu and Yormantide Ignis. The former of these can only be acquired from defeating the Blasmit Ryu level 55 raid fight, whereas Yormantide Ignis can be acquired at least a little bit early on, and can even now be bred into through Yormantide and Blaze Howl for an earlier acquisition. That said, if you have the choice between the two, you would generally go with Blasmit Ryu instead for 2 main reasons. The first is that the Gigantic Furnace, which is the new highest level furnace, can be used by 4 pals at the same time. Yormantide Ignis is absolutely massive just by its default size, and that makes it really awkward to arrange 4 of them standing in a circle around this furnace, and while Blasmit Ryu is large, it is much smaller by comparison. The other reason is that Blasmit Ryu is also a level 4 mining pal by default too, so whenever you aren't cooking ores into ingots or cooking food into other food, your Blasmit Ryu can go off and be the highest work suitability level for a miner as well, and help out any of your various mining operations and material farms too. Then for watering pals, there are 2 natural level 4 waterers, the first being Yormantide Standard, and the other being Polaris Aqua. Generally speaking, Polaris Aqua is actually better for this job, through a mix of again being smaller than the Yormantide, which just makes it easier to maneuver around the base, but then also just not only being a fast moving flying pal, which makes moving around the place more efficient, but also it has natural level 3 transporting too, boosted to level 4 when fully condensed into, which combined with its natural speed means when things don't need watering, it's also a very effective transporting pal too, which is extremely valuable to have as a backup work suitability here. Polaris Aqua then can be bred into before reaching Faybreak through the combination of regular Polaris and actually Yormantide himself, which I've mentioned here too. For planting specifically, there is still only 1 pal with natural level 4 work suitability, which is Playin. This isn't that bad of a thing though either, as Playin also reaches level 4 handiwork, level 3 gathering, and level 4 medicine production when fully condensed, so it has a nice suite of secondary suitabilities for when the planting isn't needed, as it's just not something you need to do 100% of the time. Playin can be bred into relatively early on through the combination of Petalia and Mossanda. Then next up we have electricity generating pals, and this is quite an important one for a lot of bases, and there are now 2 pals that have natural level 4 electricity generation, which are Orzurk, the old classic best electricity pal, and now also Azurmane, new to Faybreak. For pure electricity generation, they're essentially equal to each other, however Orzurk comes out a bit ahead in my eyes because he can also reach level 4 handiwork, and he's got some transporting for when he isn't needed to fill up your electricity stores. Orzurk can be bred into from a much earlier available set of pals, which are Relaxaurus and Grisbolt, with Grisbolt also being able to be bred down from Rayhound and Mossanda, which are even earlier in the game progression. After that we have Handicraft, and things get a touch more interesting here, because there are 3 pals that have natural level 4 Handicraft: Anubis, Chillin, and Splatterina, which is new to the Daybreak update. Two of these three are Dark Pals, which gives them a natural advantage in that they are naturally nocturnal. This allows them to work more hours out of the day as they don't sleep at night. However, Splatterina is much easier to acquire than Chillin is, being breedable from the combination of Capricorn and Penking, which are both available quite early on in the game. From there, there's actually a ton of debate between whether Anubis or Splatterina is really better. Splatterina gains an extra 20% work speed, as Anubis needs to use a passive slot to be nocturnal otherwise, but Anubis has mining as a secondary work suit ability, which is always useful to have more of, and Anubis is just much faster movement within the base too, which adds a lot as well. Generally speaking, I personally lean Splatterina on this, but they are within a few percentage points of each other at most, at least as far as efficiency goes. Then we have the Gathering work suit ability, and to be honest with you, this one is sort of pointless to maximize, as you only need it for one step of the farming process, and you could go out of your way to breed a perfect Frostallion Noct, as they have natural level 4 Gathering suitability, but that pal has no secondary work suitability, so it would spend 99% of the time just sitting around at your base doing nothing at all, and the other 1% being really efficient at gathering. So while I feel the need to mention that it is technically the best at gathering, you are better off long-term ignoring this one and just taking advantage of the fact that Playin, the best planter, will also be level 3 gathering once you've condensed into it. As for lumbering, there is only one pal that has natural level 4 lumbering, and this is Celestier, so no competition here at all. To get this pal as early as possible, you can use Ike Terra and Gildane as the parents, and to get Gildane earlier than Daybreak, you want to use the combination of Hellzephyr and Dinosom, both of which you can catch pretty early in your journey. Next up is mining, and if you did the kindling pal that I recommended, you'll already have a top tier miner, but there is technically one above that, which is Astegon. Like Blasphemous Ryu, who we talked about before, Astegon has natural level 4 mining, so he can reach level 5 through condensing, but as a dark type pal, he is naturally nocturnal, so he works throughout the night, mining more hours each day as a result, making it more efficient to build this one as your high tier pal for the purposes of specifically mining. You can breed into this using your Orzerk from the electricity section, as well as Grisbolt and Orzerk breeding together makes Astegon, which is a nice little sort of extra efficiency loop in this process. The next work suitability then is medicine production, and 9 times out of 10 you don't really need a maxed out medicine production pal, but for the sake of it, there are 2 pals that do have natural level 4 suitability for this, which are Belenoir and Belenoir Libero, which you can get from their respective raids. That said, I personally still really like Playin for just sort of filling this slot in anyways, as with full essence condensing, Playin still hits level 4 medicine production, which is just under the maximum, and it also does multiple other jobs that only need tending to occasionally. So it's just sort of a great jack of all trades type of solution to make multiple work suitabilities filled. Then next up is cooling, and there are only 2 pals in the entire game with natural level 4 cooling, which are Frostallion and Bastigor. Frostallion can only do cooling and nothing else, whereas Bastigor, when full essenced, reaches level 4 in both lumbering and mining. This gives him some quite potent secondary work suitabilities to take advantage of. The only ways to breed into Bastigor are through 2 of itself, or through the combination of Anubis and Frostallion. So the way I see it is, if you're going to be getting a Frostallion anyways, why not just breed it one step further and get the Bastigor for the extra work suitabilities that he can give you too. Then finally, because obviously farming is its own thing, the final one to actually talk about is transporting, which is also sort of its own whole special deal. Unlike the other work suitabilities, the generally most important part of transporting effectiveness is literal movement speed of the pal. Transporting level as a work suitability simply defines the amount of things a pal can carry in one go, which is important, but arguably far less important than the speed at which it takes those items to the storage container and then goes back to pick up more items. With that considered, the overall best statted transporter is Noclem, who is only about 20% slower than the fastest transporting pals, while still having natural level 4 work suitability for transporting, allowing him to hit level 5 through condensing. That said, while on paper that makes this seem like the best transporting pal, realistically you'll actually get better mileage out of either Phalaris or Phalaris Aqua, who only hit level 4 transporting even when condensed into, but have the fastest transporting speed among all pals. That said, it's worth noting, while you can overlap transporting with the high level watering suitability of Phalaris Aqua, that maximizing the efficiency of these 2 things actually uses different passives. So you wouldn't really want the same pal doing both jobs for this one specifically, unless you'd have very few watering needs. On that note, now let's talk about the passives that you want to aim for on your work pals. These line up to being almost the same across the board for all work suitabilities, with transporting pals being the only ones that function properly differently, as they benefit from movement speed rather than work speed. That said, for every other work suitability, you want pals to have the Remarkable Craftsmanship Rainbow passive, which is a 75% increase to work speed, the Artisan passive for 50% increase to work speed, the Work Slave passive for a 30% increase to work speed at the cost of 30% more in attack, and then the final slot is either Nocturnal or Vampiric to make pals work through the night instead of sleeping. For a pal that is dark type and naturally does not need to sleep, you don't need that passive at all, so you would instead replace it with the Sirius passive for 20% bonus work speed too. So as a total, this will boost the work speed of your pal by 155% for the non-dark pals that you add Nocturnal to, or 175% for dark pals. And that is just extremely potent of a difference to not having the passives in the first place. For transporting pals specifically, you instead want movement speed, so you want movement speed boosting passives. For this, that would be Legend, which is 20% attack and defense, but also 15% bonus movement speed, Swift, which is 30% bonus movement speed, Runner, which is 20% bonus movement speed, and then either Nimble for 10% bonus movement speed, or either Nocturnal or Vampiric if the pal is in the dark type, so you can have it work through the night. As for how to get these passives onto the correct pals, we have a whole video dedicated to breeding and updated for Faybreak as well that you can check out. But the basics are that when breeding, the eggs created have a chance of taking on the passives from the parent pals. So you breed until you hit the right passives on some possible parents, then you breed the pals that have some of the correct passives until you create pals that have the perfect set of 4 passives, and then that's just a very, very brief rundown of how to do this. Aside from this, there is one final topic that I wanted to go over here, which is just a good setup of these pals to cover your base in as few slots as possible. First up, I recommend having 4 Blasiment Ryu. These can keep your gigantic furnace running at full speed whenever you're trying to get stuff created through it, and when they are on a break from kindling, they are max level miners, with the only thing that makes them worse than an Astagon being that they have to sleep at night. The reason for 4 of these specifically is because the gigantic furnace can be powered by 4 pals at the same time. Then I generally recommend 2 Phalaris Aqua, both built with the transporting passives instead of the work speed passives, as after you get the refrigerated crusher at level 52, pure watering becomes much more of a sporadic use work skill rather than one that is consistently happening and active. So having raw level 5 water is good enough when it comes up for things like planting and taking care of food, and then their main focus is actually transporting resources with high movement speed. Then I always recommend 1 Lylene. This can cover planting, gathering, medicine production, and then just also assist with handiwork when nothing else needs doing. And it does all of this to a relatively high standard too. For pure lumbering, if you really want to have like a logging site that's running perfectly all the time, you would want a Celestier as the best lumberer. However, I'd say most endgame players probably have more wood than they can shake a stick at, so instead for those players, I'd say just use Bastigor. This is the best cooling pal, but it also has the ability to reach level 4 lumbering if you ever need some more wood generated. Level 4 mining as well to help with your mining operations when cooling or lumbering isn't needed. That said, I recommend having 2 Bastigors, one to manage your refrigerated crusher, and the other for any other cooling needs that you may have, and then lumbering or excess mining too when that doesn't happen. For mining, I recommend picking up again 2 Astagon for your more dedicated mining projects, as we have a bunch of pals already with secondary work suitability as mining to do the lower priority ore sites and stuff when other stuff doesn't need doing. Then you'll need a minimum of 1 Zerk for your electricity generation. Whether you need more than 1 basically just depends on the power consumption of your base, so that is a bit more of a personal call there. Then finally, just as many Splatterinas or Anubis as you want to fill in for handicraft purposes, as well as their secondary suitabilities too. Let's call it 3 of these just for the sake of saying that's 15 pal slots filled that can efficiently completely manage an endgame base with all the different parts that you'd want collecting and crafting inside as far as resources go, leaving space for 5 more slots for pals that you can use however you want. Though most of the time I would probably recommend just having it be a pile more handicraft pals whenever you're trying to craft things super quickly. Or if there are pals that you just have a personal attachment and want to have them hanging around too, that's what this is for as well. That just about does it for today then, everyone. The best place on Faybreak Island to set up your sort of main resource management base, the best pals to use for each work suitability, the passives that you want on them, and then just sort of a template set up for a highly efficient set of pals to run your base and up. Then next up we have electricity generating pals, and this is quite an important one for a lot of bases, and there are now 2 pals that have natural level 4 electricity generation, which are Zerk, the old classic best electricity pal, and now also Azurmane, new to Faybreak. For pure electricity generation, they're essentially equal to each other, however Zerk comes out a bit ahead in my eyes because he can also reach level 4 handiwork, and he's got some transporting for when he isn't needed to fill up your electricity stores. Zerk can be bred into from a much earlier available set of pals, which are Relaxaurus and Grisbolt, with Grisbolt also being able to be bred
What? Forgot to fucking get that. What? You still just breeding?
Oh, I just left. It's like still going at it. Just
All right.
those two.
Sweet.
There's a Polaris in the base that's just leveling up with the base.
Right on.
I took one with me though.
Hell yeah. They look pretty cool.
Do you think my Ragnarok had better moves though?
Yeah.
There's a huge dragon egg on top of the Anubis statue.
Nice.
Probably willing to bet that it's Anubis.
Huge dragon egg?
Yeah,
It would be a stone egg if it was Anubis.
Oh, would it?
Yeah.
Curious. It's a huge legendary dragon egg too.
Oh wow. All right.
Fucking lame.
What?
It's a Relaxaurus.
Does it have a negative stat?
Does it have a negative stat?
Yeah, like a red trait, like gluttony.
It sure does.
Shit. I need to breed one that doesn't have gluttony.
How did you know that it would have gluttony?
All of them that you catch in the wild have gluttony on them. So any Anubis you make with it gets gluttony. So, but if you breed a Relaxaurus from earlier pals, you can get it without gluttony. And then therefore when you breed it to make Anubises, they don't have gluttony. Which gluttony is kind of shitty. Even though I turned down the hunger rate, they still eat a ton and they get over full all the time.
Yeah, but you have two Anubises that don't have gluttony.
Yeah, but every time they come out, they have a chance of having gluttony. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So there's a lot of them that do have gluttony.
Well, why not just breed the two that don't have gluttony?
I probably will eventually, but I want to get other work stats on them. was like, you just gotta go out and catch shit that breeds into it and has the stats you want.
I mean, you have a male and a female right here that one has Mind Foreman and the other has Vanguard. It's pretty good.
I'd like to get one that's like artisan on it.
Sadly, this one has Mind Foreman and Vanguard, but it also has Shabby.
What you doing? I said work on this shit.
Work on it! Oh, Shabby's not even a bad thing. Decreases the value of items when sold by 10%. I mean...
Oh, yeah, whatever. Just don't have it on you when you sell shit.
Is it even possible to get a... With the name Relaxaurus, is it even possible to get one without gluttony?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to breed it.
fucking Reddit with all the answers.
What?
Oh, you have to breed it out of the Relaxaurus, so you just breed them together.
Oh, until you don't
You
get
have
it.
Yeah, you have like a 50-50 chance that it won't have gluttony, which is honestly pretty bad for a Relaxaurus.
If you're breeding a shitload of them, though, I guess you'll eventually get one.
Wish there was a way to speed up breeding.
Yeah. No option for that one, unfortunately.
I don't know how else to say this, but I need you to fuck a little faster. Get it on, my Donkey Kong.
Eventually, once I get, the right set of Anubises to breed together, all the ones with gluttony are going through the PAL Eliminator 4000.
The grinder. Send him to the grinder.
That's how I'm going to round out the tech tree. He gives those tech books and you scrap him. Plus pal souls, which are gonna be handy. It's all about efficiency, man. It's a dog eat dog world. You don't make the cut, you're going through the grinder.
Yep, this was the pal to bring.
Which one?
Oh, I'm doing the fucking Marcus and Phalaris fight.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Gobfin is just obliterating him.
Really?
Well, yeah, because he's a fucking water Pokemon against a fire bird.
Yeah. I need to go check the pal sanctuary here too.
I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to fucking kill him, though, sadly.
Oh really?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe. I'm only 4 minutes in, and he's at 91 out of 146, but...
Alright, Anubis, you can come out now that I'm not fucking, you're not in the way of me building floors. In fact, come Anubis army, let us build!
Come forth!
Come forth! He just
Geneva
runs so fast
Convention,
too.
more like Geneva Suggestion. Come, my child soldiers!
Pretty much. Just threw out a bunch of crafting pals. It's just that there's like 10 of them. Alright, let's build some stuff, guys. See here, we need a corral. Ranch.
No, there's no shot. I didn't. I could do this, but I didn't have enough fucking ammo on me. And of course, there's no way to back out. You just have to wait for fucking time to run out.
Or die.
Yeah, I mean,
Easier just to
but
let
like,
time run out.
but like, on the off chance that he does kill him, like.
Yeah, right? You never know. Okay. Food. So need berries. Wrong button. Three. And then what do we need? Wheat.
My movement is superior. No one can beat my style.
Okay. So lettuce.
Wow, it does just kill you when time runs out? That's crazy.
Well, that plan didn't work.
Did you end up getting sulfur?
Yeah.
Cool. Building all the bullets. All of them.
Let me go fly around the volcano area too. There's tons of it. Build yourself that pal metal pickaxe too. It really is worth it. It like one shots, two shots, like all ore deposits. Large scale stone oven. Go pour those. Or not. How about 3? I'm out of cement. We need food boxes. I don't want to do cold ones though. I'll just do regular fucking. These guys aren't cool enough for that.
Where did you end up putting that sulfur?
It's just in the guild chest. You just, did I use it? Well, I set people to mine it too. Yeah, there's 1720 in the guild chest. And all bases can access what's in the guild chest, so I put all the crafting mats in there. When you want to lay down a base, just go drop your storage in your guild chest and you're just good to build.
What? Well, I guess I should say, where do I need to go to build gunpowder?
The gun crafting thing? Oh, that's the regular crafting thing, sorry. I think the gun one does it too, but the regular one definitely does. The regular crafting thing, like where you get armor and shit. Oh, there needs to be a bridge over here.
Ayo, I got a male without fucking gluttony.
Did you? What does it have on it?
It's got Vanguard and logging form.
Hell yeah. A Relaxaurus, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Now we just need to hope for a female that doesn't have it. Or I guess it doesn't really matter.
No, you just use pick a female stingray thing. Whatever that little flying stingray fucker is.
Ayo. This is gonna be a wombo combo.
What'd you get?
The female Celeray I have on me also has Mind Foreman.
Oh, nice. And Anubis is a minor, so.
So it'll potentially it's gonna have Vanguard, logging, and Mind Foreman.
All right on.
That's so weird that that's the PAL combination they chose to make one of the best PALs in the game.
He's definitely one of the best craftsmen because of his run speed. He can get 5 craftsmen. And then that's the other thing too, is you breed it, and then when you combine them, when they hit max level from combining, they get an extra point in all their skills. So he can actually have 5 craftsmen, and then he also mines and carries things, and he runs fucking fast. And then Splatterina is another good one, but we don't have her yet.
Oh.
What up, bro? It's like you knew I wanted to sell things.
Hi, how you doing? Just fine and dandy. Thanks for asking.
Right? Oh, I can start giving you speed remedies now, too. Because I'm capped on that one.
Oh no. Yeah, this is gonna be quick. I've already got him at less than half health.
Nice. I think this old base has just been down here doing shit this whole time because I ran out of wood.
Very nice. Could have just gotten the fucking ball, but no. Now that I'm basically a one-man walking apocalypse, at least comparatively in level, I'm gonna go destroy everything on that fucking oil rig.
Oh, the one in the middle, the lower level one.
Yeah. The level 30 rain syndicate.
Yeah. Get laser beamed, boys.
Damn it!
Eh?
Just trying to capture one of those fucking gunner guys. Not because I need him or anything, just to say I did it.
Right.
Nice. One of them had an incineram knocked. And now it's mine. Mine. It's all mine. Is there a higher level version of this?
Of what?
Of one of these fucking oil rigs?
Yeah, there's this level 60 one.
Oh, of course there is.
spread down from Rayhound and Mossanda, which are even earlier in the game progression. After that, we have Handicraft, and things get Taurus and Grisbolt, with Grisbolt also being able to be bred to fill up your electricity stores. Orcert can be bred into from a much earlier available set of pals, which are Relaxaurus and Grisbolt, with Grisbolt also being able to be
In this video, I show you all the best base pals for all the work suitability skills. If you take a look, we can see that Suzaku and Blazima are both level 4 kindling with 399 work speed. However, if we do a quick test to see who can smelt 200 ingots the fastest, then you will notice that they aren't actually the same, as Blazima is a little faster even though they look the same on paper. This is why I've been testing every pal in
Also help with some medicine and gas to get Lylene. Lylene is still the only pal in the game with level 4 planting. And Patalia to Today, I'm going to show you how you can breed your way to the absolute best workers for your base using just these 4 pals. The previous video I made about this was just to get the essential worker. How you can breed your way to the absolute best workers for your base using just these 4 pals. The previous video I made about this was just to get the essential workers to get a jump start on your base production. This video is geared more towards optimization while still making sure that it's accessible for new players as well. Now, if you're not familiar with how breeding works in the game or how to breed for specific passives, I've covered both topics in my other breeding videos, and this one especially will save you a lot of breeding time and cakes if you are serious about optimizing. If you're new or don't care too much about the passive skills and just want to get a head start using these pals, then simply catch a few of each of our starting pals so you have at least a male and a female. Even without the passive skills, just getting all of these pals first will massively boost your overall base production. These are some of the new rainbow tier passives that affect production. They're very rare, so don't worry if you don't get these right away. At the very least, the best 2 passives to aim for are Nocturnal and Artisan. You can work on getting the rest over time. Now, Nocturnal and Vampiric make it so your pal never sleeps and can work through the night. This is redundant on a Dark type pal because they get this bonus automatically. With all that out of the way, let's get started. Cinemoth is only found in this location, but they're all over the place. They also drop honey, which you will need for the cakes. Vanworm can be found here. This is a fantastic pal overall. Not only is it a great flying mount going from early to mid game, but it's also a dark type with level 3 transporting, and its movement speed isn't reduced much when transporting items, making it one of the best transport pals you can have for your base even in the late game. Gobfin is found in the swamp here. And since there are so many of them, it's one of the best ways to farm for lots of good passive skills. This is with spawn rate cranked up to 3, so depending on what level you are when you visit this area, be careful as their sheer numbers can be pretty overwhelming. If you're level 55 or higher, you can craft the homing sphere launcher and just do this. Now, Ichthyoterra is pretty common in the Wildlife Sanctuary number 1. The only way to get here is with a water or flying mount. Just be careful, there are pretty strong pals around here, and if you get too close to these PIDF officers, you'll get flagged as wanted. If that happens, just fly as high as you can and stay there for a bit till it goes away. Also, as a bonus, you have a chance to find Patalia and Grisbolt here, which can save you a few steps on our list. Speaking of which, I will have this up on the screen for you to just screenshot later, as well as a link in the description if you just want to download it instead.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing.
Now let's get to breeding. Especially will save you a lot of each of our starting pals. so you have at least a male and a female. Even without the passive skills, just getting all of these pals first will massively boost your overall base production. These are some of the new rainbow tier passives that affect production. They're very rare, so don't worry if you don't get these right away. At the very least, the best two passives to aim for are Nocturnal and Artisan. You can work on getting the rest over time. Now Nocturnal and Vampiric make it so your pal never sleeps and can work through the night. This is redundant on a dark type pal because they get this bonus automatically. With all that out of the way, let's get started.
Well.
Cinemoth is only...
What?
Are you gonna make that one plasteel as well?
I can only make like, oh, I guess 144. Do you need it open?
I mean, I was just using it so we had an extra one, so if I needed like ingots or something, we could make ingots.
Oh, I just made a shitload of ingots with it. Would you unlock glass structures?
Sure did.
When did you get that?
I got glass. 39.
Really? I skipped that shit. I did. Jeez.
The other one I was surprised that you skipped out on. Which, I mean, what's the point of the electric kitchen if it still requires a pal to fucking use the damn thing?
I think it's just faster than the normal cooking pot. But at the new base, I have a bunch of the stone furnaces and multiple fire guys can use it at once.
Yeah, I was gonna say the large scale stone furnace is a multi-pal fucking...
Yeah, I got like 4 of them made over there. You should come check it out.
I will do that.
They're just going to make food, oil, and breeding.
Where is that one located?
Sakujima, to the northwest. Yeah, northwest. Should see my name on the map up there.
Oh, is this the ancient Japan material?
Yeah.
Or whatever, yeah. Cool.
And all the breeding stuff's up top here.
Fuck is... Oh, that's what that is. Crude oil generator. That's cool. Nice. Have we unlocked any more fucking quests?
Quests? Oh yeah, I have. Every time you do a tower. So if you've done a couple towers, you probably do it. Don't send anybody out right now, though. Because I don't know what I need.
Well, I mean, it would only pull from my...
Oh, it pulls from
current,
yours, yeah. Hey, I can do whatever you want. I forget we have different PAL storages.
Only found in this location. Launcher and just do this. Theaterra is pretty common, officers. You'll get flags to find Petalia and Grisbold here, which can save you a few steps on our list.
What's that?
Well, each one has a risk, and it's like risk high, risk low. Like, but what is the risk? Is the PAL gonna die?
I think it just takes more attack power, you know, fight power to do it. efficiently. Like it lowers the time and take less pals to lower the time.
Like, I mean, I could do the fire one. I could just go pull every fucking fox spark you have out of the fucking bin.
Yeah. Well, their attack power matters too. But yeah, I mean, if you have enough just to throw at it, you might as well. First things first, let's get some eggs going. Oh, I need 3 of those, 3 of those. Oh, I better...
I'm not messing up your feng shui here.
I do not have any machines. Do you have any cows?
Go up to the... Remember the little farm I built at the original? There's only 3 of them.
That's all I need.
Just breed the fuck out of them. Like a bunch of them.
Yup.
I can't guarantee that there's any couples. Like, they might all be male or all female, but...
Well, I just need him to put in a ranch, so... Oh, there it is.
Speaking of which, since there are so many of them, it's one of the best.
Did you get anything from that oil rig, or did you go do it?
I mean, I only did the level 31. It
Yeah.
was nothing great.
Yeah.
I'm just over here at the Bushi Alpha spawn farming fucking Mazzarinas.
Right on.
I'm just doing what Reddit said, man. Which apparently Mazzarina has an affinity for water. Because they're all... I just keep finding them in pods in the water. Weird.
To find Patalia and Grisbolt here, which can save you a few steps on our list. Speaking of which, I will have this up on the screen for you to just screenshot later, as well as a link in the description if you just want to download it instead. Now let's get to breeding. To get Anubis, put Cinnamoth and Vanworm in your base, then use the monitoring stand to assign them to the breeding farm. Place a cake in the box, and a few minutes later, we'll get our egg. Anubis is without a doubt
Precious Dragonstone. I just randomly found a cave that had 2 bronze cherry aquas in it. So.
Nice.
Captain.
out one of the best pals you can have for your base, mainly because it's level 4 handiwork and level 3 mining. Personally, I don't like to use it for transporting because transporting food items is coded as a higher priority than handiwork, which means Anubis will usually abandon what it's doing to run over and transport some of the food items. I pretty much only want it to be mining when it's not crafting something for me. A decent alternative to Anubis is Splatterina, which is a new pal they just added to the game. It also has a level 4 handiwork and it's a dark type, so you don't have to worry about breeding Nocturnal onto it. Salion's another good option now because not only is it dark type, but its handiwork was also recently buffed to level 4. Personally, I still prefer Anubis over the other two because I don't like the combination of handiwork and transporting. To me, level 3 mining provides a much better value as a secondary job. Alright, next, to get Verdash, let's breed our Goffin with Eikthyr Terra. Verdash is on the list because it has level 3 in gathering and level 2 in planting. While Noclum also has level 3 gathering, it is better utilized primarily as a transport pal. The only other pal with level 4 gathering is Frostallion Nocturnal, which can either be acquired by capturing the level 60 alpha boss on the Fabric Island, or by breeding the level 60 legendary boss Frostallion with Helzephyr. Now let's breed our Anubis and Vanworm to get Phalaris, then breed the Phalaris with Gobfin to get Shroomer Nocturnal. Shroomer can do a bit of planting and gathering, but its main job is to boost the morale of your pals. Its partner skill makes it so the sanity of all pals in your base drops 10% slower. Condensing it to 4 stars increases that bonus to 15%. Now, to get a Pernalia, first we need to get a Petalia by breeding either a Verdash and Anubis or a the secondary job. Alright, next, to get Verdash, let's breed our Goffin with Eikthyr Terra. care of. Verdash is on the list because it has level 3 in Gathering and level 2 in Planting. While Noclum also has level 3 Gathering, it is better utilized primarily as a transport pal. The only other pal with level 4 Gathering is Frostalion Nocturnal, which can either
I
be...
see you found the Noclums.
Oh yeah,
Now let's
the
breed our
bosses.
Anubis and Vanworm to get Phalaris, then breed the Phalaris with Gobfin.
They're very useful. Plasma cannon is just basically the fuel rod from Halo. Cool. Found a box with legendary spears.
Nice.
And right next to it is a huge verdant egg. Huge. she not? Ribbon, O10.
To get Shroomer Nocturnal. Shroomer can do a bit of planting and gathering, but its main job is to boost the morale of your pals. Its partner skill makes it so the sanity of all pals in your base drops 10% slower. Condensing it to 4 stars increases that bonus to 15%. Now, to get a Pernalia, first we need to get a Petalia by breeding either a Verdash and Anubis or a Vanworm with Eikthyr Terra. Then breed that Petalia with Shroomer Nocturnal.
That's a bunch of bullshit. Those PAL research guys, they're only like level 39, but they have fucking plasma rifles. What the fuck? That's fucking cheating. I don't got a plasma rifle. I don't get a fucking plasma rifle till I'm over like 54. Cheating bitches.
Shroomer Nocturnal. Shroomer can do a bit of planting and gathering, but its main job is to boost the morale of your pals. Its partner skill makes it so the sanity of all pals in your base drops 10% slower. Condensing it to 4 stars increases that bonus to 15%. Now, to get a Pernalia, first we need to get a Petalia by breeding either a Verdash and Anubis or a Vanworm with Ichthyoterra. Then breed Alright, next, to get Verdash, let's breed our Goffin with Ichthyoterra. Shroomer can do a bit of planting and gathering, but its main job is to boost the morale of your pals. Its partner skill makes it so the sanity of all pals in your base drops 10% slower. Condensing it to 4 stars increases that bonus to 15%. Now, to get a Pernalia, first we need to get a Petalia by breeding either a Verdash and Anubis or a Vanworm with Eikthyr Terra. Then breed that Petalia with Shroomer Nocturnal. Pernalia is one of the new Dark-type pals with a respectable level 3 in planting and medicine, as well as level 2 in gathering. But the main reason it's on the team is because of its partner skill, which increases the harvest rate of your crops by 18%. When fully condensed, that bonus nearly doubles to 35%. Next, let's breed Cinnamoth and Phalaris to get Masanda. Then breed the Masanda and Petalia to get Lylene. Lylene is still the only pal in the game with level 4 planting. It can also help with some medicine and gathering, but it's primarily there for the planting. Now, let's breed the Lylene with Phalaris to get a Yormantide. Until recently, Yormantide was the only pal with level 4 watering, but it has now been dethroned by one of my favorite additions in the Fabric update, Phalaris Aqua. Not only does it have level 4 in watering, but it also has level 3 transporting, so it will always be doing something. Most importantly, its smaller size means it will stop getting stuck in random places and slow down production. Now, to get Phalaris Aqua, simply breed Yormantide with Phalaris. Next, either breed Verdash with Masanda or Pernalia with Vanworm to get a Blaze Howl. Then breed Blaze Howl with Yormantide to get Yormantide Ignis. It's still the only pal with level 4 Kindling that is easily accessible. While it is very powerful and a great choice for combat, its massive size is always a nuisance. Its sole competitor is Blazimuth Ryu, but it can only be acquired by defeating the late game raid boss. However, once you are able to acquire it, Blazimuth Ryu is a great replacement because it is much smaller in size and has level 4 in mining as a secondary job. Now let's breed either of the Yormantides with Lylene to get a Relaxaurus, then breed the Relaxaurus with Lylene to get one of the best, if not the best pal in the game, Nocklum. Not only does it have the strongest partner skill for combat in the game, but thanks to the recent buff to its mining, it is now the only pal with 2 level 4 and a level 3 in-work suitability. Plus it doesn't lose a lot of speed when transporting items, making it incredibly versatile around the base, which is why it's going to be our main transporting pal. Now, if you were able to catch a Grisbolt at the with Schumer Nocturnal. Fernelia is one of the new Dark-type pals with a respectable level 3 in planting and medicine, as well as level 2 in gathering. But the main reason it's on the team is because of its partner skill, which increases the harvest rate of your crops by 18%. When fully condensed, that bonus nearly doubles to 35%. Next, let's breed Cinemoth and Phalaris to get Masanda. Then breed the Masanda and Petalia to get Lylene. Lylene is still the only pal in the game with level 4 planting. It can also help with some medicine and gathering, but it's primarily there for the planting. Now, let's breed the Lylene with Phalaris to get a Yormantide. Until recently, Yormantide was the only pal with level 4 watering, but it has now been dethroned by one of my favorite additions in the Fabric update, Phalaris Aqua. Not only does it have level 4 in watering, but it also has level 3 transporting, so it will always be doing something. Most importantly, its smaller size means it will stop getting stuck in random places and slow down production. Now to get Phalaris Aqua, simply breed Yormantide with Phalaris. Next, either breed Verdash with Masanda or Pernelia with Vanworm to get a Blaze Howl. Then breed Blaze Howl with Yormantide to get Yormantide Ignis. It's still the only pal with level 4 kindling that is easily accessible. While it is very powerful and a great choice for combat, its massive size is always a nuisance. Its sole competitor is Blazimuth Ryu, but it can only be acquired by defeating the late game raid boss. However, once you are able to acquire it, Blazimuth Ryu is a great replacement because it is much smaller in size and has level 4 in mining as a secondary job. Now let's breed either of the Yormantides with Lylene to get a Relaxaurus, then breed the Relaxaurus with Lylene to get one of the best, if not the best pal in the game, Nocklum. Not only does it have the strongest partner skill for combat in the game, but thanks to the recent buff to its mining, it is now the only pal with 2 level 4 and a level 3 in-work suitability. Plus it doesn't lose a lot of speed when transporting items, making it incredibly versatile around the base, which is why it's going to be our main transporting pal. Now, if you were able to catch a Grisbolt at the Wildlife Sanctuary, you can skip the next 2 steps. If you didn't, then breed Cinemoth with Verdash to get a Rayhound, which can then breed with Masanda to give us a Grisbolt. Now breed that Grisbolt with Phalaris to get a Relaxaurus, then replace the Phalaris with Relaxaurus to get Orsurk. Alongside Anubis and Nocklum, Orsurk is transporting pal. Now, if you were able to catch a Grisbolt at the wildlife sanctuary, you can skip the next 2 steps. If you didn't, then breed Cinnamoth with Verdash to get a Rayhound, which can then breed with Masanda to give us a Grisbolt. Now breed that Grisbolt with Phalaris to get a Relaxaurus, then replace the Phalaris with Relaxaurus to get Orsurk. Alongside Anubis and Noclum, Orsurk is one of the best pals you can have for your base as well as combat. Electricity and transporting are a great combination, since you don't need that much electricity to power your base unless you're also using oil extractors. Electricity also has a higher priority than transport, so you don't have to worry about your Orsurk getting distracted instead of charging your power stations. So simply throwing a Nocturnal on an Orsurk will make sure that the lights are always on in your base. Next, let's breed our Orsurk with Grisbolt to get Estegon. It's the only Dark-type pal with level 4 mining, and with a partner skill based around breaking and gathering extra ores, it can come in pretty handy when going out on resource runs. Alright, now let's move on to Celestir. But first, we need to get a Gildane by breeding either a Relaxaurus and Shroomer Nocturnal or Lylene and Pernelia. Then breed the Gildane with Eikthyr Terra to get Celestir. This beautiful celestial deer is one of the new pals and a much needed addition to the game with its level 4 lumbering. It's almost as fast as Pyrene, has very powerful moves, and a partner skill that can be useful when tackling some of the harder content like the oil rigs. Alright, the next pal on the list is Lulu. It only has level 2 in planting and level 1 in gathering, but it gets the job solely because its partner skill passively increases the growth rate of your crops by 25%. And when fully condensed, it goes up to a whopping 50%. Now to get the final pal on our list, we first need to get a Foxicle by breeding one of these 3 pairs. Then breed that Foxicle with Vanworm to get Vanworm Crest. While it only has level 2 in cooling, it's also the only ice and dark type pal in the game. Cooling is the only job where having a high level isn't necessary, but having dark type or nocturnal is absolutely critical since your food will continue to spoil overnight. Until you're able to capture or breed nocturnal onto pals with higher level cooling, Vanworm Crest is a fantastic option. Now, just use the monitoring stand to uncheck the jobs you don't want your pals to focus on. Here's what I personally go with. Anubis will do handiwork and mining, Verdash will do gathering and planting, Shroomer will do planting and gathering, Pernelia planting, medicine, gathering, Lylene planting and gathering, Phalaris Aqua, no changes, but if for some reason you find that it's not watering as much as it should and only focusing on transporting, just go ahead and uncheck transporting. No changes for Yormantide Ignis, Noclum, transporting only, Orsurk, electricity and transporting, Estegon, mining only, Celestir, lumbering only, Lulu, planting and gathering, and Vanworm Crest, cooling only. I personally also turn off combat because I never wanted to leave the fridge. Now, here are 4 additional ways you can increase productivity in your base. This is one of the new additions, which is a research station. While it can be a bit tedious, I personally really like that they added this to the game. It's not required for you to play the game, but it does provide some really nice permanent passive bonuses. It's also a nice incentive for the players who like to optimize their base. Each research tree also unlocks an item that boosts the work speed for its respective work suitability. If you have those souls to spare, you can also bump a pal's work speed by an additional 60%. And these are some of the best foods you can feed your pals once you have enough resources. You can make some mushroom quiche if your pals are struggling with sanity issues for some reason, but once you hit a certain point, you'll almost never notice it. Overall, I think pizza is still the best food in the game, followed closely by salad since it's so cheap to make. And finally, one of the biggest additions to the game is work suitability enhancement books. You can use these books multiple times on the same pal and boost one of the jobs that it already knows to a maximum of level 5. You cannot teach them a new work suitability. I think this is a fantastic addition to the game because now we don't have to rely on the same cookie cutter list like the one I gave in this video. Personally, once I have enough books, I am replacing my Yormantide Ignis with Fox Sparks, then my Astegon with Dig Toys, and my Lylene with Life Monk. And that's it. I hope you found this video helpful. Let me know your thoughts on the list and which pals you would use in your base once you have enough work suitability books. With that, thank you for watching. Peace.
Alright, man. Getting off for the night.
Alrighty, man. Catch you later.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna do this huge. I found a huge legendary frozen egg.
Oh, hell yeah.
King Baka Christ. I also found a gold key. I don't know. I haven't seen a gold chest yet, so.
I found a couple.
Alright, man, I'll catch you on the flip side. I think I might check out V Rising tomorrow.
Hell yeah, man.
Deuces.
Later.
Did you know you can breed a full team of the best battle pals starting with just a Lamble and a Nightwing? Here's how. Breed Lamble and Nightwing to get Yakumo. Then breed Yakumo with Lamble to make Daisy, which then combines with Nightwing into Dinosaur, which combines with Nightwing into Amascul. Yakumo with Nightwing makes Univolt, which combines with Amascul into Vanverm. Vanverm combines with Nightwing into Elphidron, which combines with Yakumo into Rayhound. Rayhound with Nightwing gets Anubis, which combines with Vanverm into Phalaris. Anubis with Nightwing makes Aerope, which combines with Phalaris into Masanda. Masanda combined with Rayhound will get you a Grisbolt. Grisbolt with Phalaris makes Relaxaurus. Grisbolt with Relaxaurus results in Orsiarch, a powerful electric pal. Grisbolt with Nightwing makes Germantide, the strongest water pal. Univolt with Rayhound makes Blazehole, which combines with Germantide into
What's going on, my fellow Jedi and Padawans? Welcome back to another Jedi gaming video. Thank you guys so much for coming back to the channel, and if you guys are new, welcome.
mainly for hard mode, as these are just going to be insane, especially since some of these need to be best ones. Now, if you're looking for like the best top for raid bosses, I will have a separate video in a raid boss guide. I currently have one that's with Blazuma Ryu and Bella Noir, but I'll have those plus Xenolord in a separate video, which will be in the link in the description when it's ready. Also, if you want to min-max the damage, I don't really go into that here, but I'll have a separate video min-max.
Step back, back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Both in terms of they themselves fighting and any buffs they can give to the player as well, but then also anything else that makes it stand out otherwise, like being an exceptional base worker. PAL will have considerations too, and things like Smoky, which is just the most effective way to generate chromite as a very important resource, makes the PAL itself more useful as a result. We will also of course run with the understanding that some PALs are simply accomplishing the same thing in a weaker way than others, which puts them down a notch in comparison, and that PAL element type does matter too. So realistically, the top tier is unlikely to have multiple PALs of the same typing unless there's a really good reason for that. It won't just be exactly identical things. All that said, let's start out with the absolute bottom tier here, just sort of blasting through it, because this tier is for PALs that if you're using them, it's just because you like their design or you want to use them. There may be differences in usefulness between them. Some of them may have some very little bits that they can give you, but they're in general just so irrelevant to the conversation compared to the rest of the list that it's not worth comparing them in detail, at least if you are someone who is out here looking to find power or efficiency in higher level gameplay. There's not much use distinguishing them outside of that. You can see the list I've got here. You know who all the PALs are, and while they may have some niche use, it either just becomes unimportant later in the game, or they get totally outdone by another PAL in the same role. This also includes things that have just been made obsolete by changes to the game in general, such as Wumpo and Wumpo Botan, thanks to the addition of things like weight elixirs to the game or the weight rate adjustment setting in the world settings, and as well with the new gold production line and how easy it is to make gold coins. A lot of the more classic ranch or farming PALs have lost a lot of their value too. It's just really easy to make lots of gold coins very quickly and then buy that stuff from merchants now. That said, the next tier up is the D tier. Most of these are PALs that definitely do have a use, but are just outshined in their particular role by another PAL, or just by not being a strong sort of choice for the current hardest content in the game despite the potential of their role. First up, Pen King. Mostly for the rare situation that you want bonus drops from fire PALs, the partner skill does add that. Nightmare is useful if you're manually farming PAL souls because the partner skill boosts drop rates for those, but doing that in the first place is pretty inefficient. Catris specifically is useful if you are farming dog coins by roaming around capturing Mimogs, and pretty much nothing else. Gorirat is okay, but neutral PALs have no inherent advantages, which is a very big letdown for this PAL specifically. Melpaka can be farmed for wool at the ranch, which is at least some value for the PAL. Chickpea is the same for eggs, and Mozzarella the same for milk. However, these resources can also be bought for gold coins too, which means they have competition for that gold now, because it is very easy to farm gold at a high level later on. Pixie has a chance of digging up PAL spheres at the ranch, which does have niche use, but then Paldius, and yes, this is generally super low for a legendary PAL, but neutral as a PAL type is in itself quite weak, and these days Paldius isn't even the strongest neutral PAL for combat anymore. So sticking him down here made sense to me, even though he does still have use just for traversal. He's simply not the best of anything he does, other than just having good base stats when you play him in the wild. Then we have Kitsu Noct. Applying Dark type to player attacks while riding is pretty good, but there are better PALs that have the exact same partner skill concept and better stats or moves to back it up. Grisbolt is a relatively good electric PAL with a useful partner skill, but electric PALs in general aren't in high demand, as there is simply no high-level water-type threat in the game at this stage. Capricorn Noct drops Venom Glands when farmed at the ranch, which is a useful niche to have. Then we hit Elizabeth, Sweepa, and Swee, which all sort of clump together for a very expectable reason. Elizabeth's partner skill gives it a massive stat boost for each V-Guard that you have in the party, and Sweepa does the same with Swee. This can hit some pretty strong levels, but it runs the issue of forcing you to devote your entire PAL team to one single interaction and one PAL, and the actual reward, the return that you get for that amount of dedication, is not strong enough to justify it when just building around like player power and getting a tank PAL in the 5th slot can achieve so much more, especially as it requires way less investment to achieve that. Then we have Azarobe. This applies water type to player damage while it's mounted. Not terrible, but just not a good enough PAL to make the partner skill really worth using over a stronger water PAL. pal, if you need to beat up a fire type pal, but it still does have some moments at least, which is why it's here. After that is Menacing, who is a fine pal, but inherently defensively oriented, as opposed to being offense focused. And defensive pals aren't generally very good right now in the high-end stuff, especially for a lot of endgame content. Just everything of real consequence has a timer attached to it, which plays directly against a defense-focused setup, because the more defensive you are, the slower you'll actually do the killing. The same goes for Menacing Terra, except that ground type generally can do a bit better offensively than Dark type can, and then also the same thing for both Vortex and Vortex Terra, same issue because they are defensive-focused pals in an offense-focused world. Combat as a pal has specific use with its partner skill, where if you're trying to track down something like farming Mimog, just like Katris, and Croagiro, I honestly could have put in the bottom tier, but its partner skill is both unique and an unusual source of movement that can have some benefits in certain very specific situations, I guess. Then we have Robin Quill and Robin Quill Terra. The partner skill boosts player weak point damage while this pal is out, which is a boost to player damage, but it is just much less of a boost than getting the pals that give you bonus damage of an elemental type, so it's sort of a waste to use comparative to those. Then Dynasom and Dynasom Lux. These boost the power of grass and electric attacks while being mounted respectively, and all that is a strong base partner skill type. The stats of the pals themselves are lower enough than the other pals of their typing that the bonus damage from this doesn't end up being worth it over just using the other pals. After that we have Loop Moon Crest, not a bad partner skill, giving it a second use of the pal exclusive combat skill that it has. It doesn't have terrible stats, and being ice type makes it better than a standard Loop Moon being dark type to begin with, just based on the types of enemies that exist in the late and end game for Palword currently. Then after that is Xenogard, and Xenogard isn't outright bad, but there are simply better pals at everything that it does, so D felt like the right sitting point for it in my opinion. Moving on then to the C tier, these pals are all genuinely useful for one purpose or another, but either only one thing or not to enough of a degree to be worth putting over anything in the higher tiers. First, Sootseer. You can farm it at the ranch, which gives you bones, which is nice, or you can mass breed and butcher it for crude oil, but it doesn't have too much use outside of that niche. Celestier is technically the best lumbering pal in the game, and a solid ground mount as well once you have the saddle, but lumbering is one of, if not the least desired work skill for the late game of Palworld, and there are also better ground mount pals, so it is just simply outdone. Fengalope and Fengalope Lux are both just very solid ground mounts. They're less than the best, but better than most, and for combat they're just sort of okay, but the actual mounting is why you'd want them. Hellzephyr changes player attacks to dark damage while ridden, which is a solid partner skill, but dark damage isn't overly desirable as a damage type, and outside of that the pal is relatively unremarkable aside from being a decent transporter and base. Then you have Moraith, basically identical to Hellzephyr as far as the partner skill, maybe a touch worse than Hellzephyr statistically, but not like a whole tier down worth at least. Then Mossanda and Mossanda Lux, mostly for their partner skill grenade launcher ability, being able to stunlock a lot of enemies in the game. This has some niche use, but it is definitely not quite as good long term as just pure high damage combat pals, which is why I've got them in the tier that I do. Then we have Vanworm, which is just a really good transporting pal, decent partner skill giving you bonus damage to weak points, but as we discussed with Robin Quill and Robin Quill Terra, that partner skill type just gets heavily outscaled by the element focused ones. Vanworm Crest, sort of the same thing, but it's ice type, which does have slightly more value than a dark type pal, just because of how the enemies work out in the late game. Then there is Lulu, who is fully just has a purpose as a base supporting pal, but there are better ones than this, really for similar purposes, especially with the Fabric update basically just making this one obsolete. Tarantulas is a fantastic movement-focused pal, especially before you get rid of the missile launchers on Fabric Island. Decent combat pal, but this is mostly just for being solid movement, especially with vertical movement without needing to fly. Dumb Mud can get you high-quality pal oil when farmed at the ranch, but now that gold coins are much easier to generate and you can also buy this resource from merchants, it just is much less valuable. Sparkit is the first pal on this list that passively boosts other pals by being in your party. If you are trying to boost the hell out of an electric type pal, you would want a bunch of Sparkits in the party and the other slots to boost their damage further. That said, while the concept of the partner skill is strong, no current endgame challenge is super affected by electric type pals, which means that this leaves this one just down in C tier as far as I'm concerned. Then Ragnahawk, good flying mount pal, good kingling pal, not bad combat pal either, but outdone in all three of those aspects by others that are higher up in this list. Then finally for C tier is Sibilix, purely for the purpose of being farmed at the ranch for high quality cloth, and that's it. Moving on then to the B tier now, these are all pals that excel at something specific, but it's either something with lower priority or just something that enables other setups rather than being the star of the show itself. First up, Smokey. This pal's main use is finding chromite for you in caves and boosting the drop rates when you destroy the rocks with it out as well. It is incredible for this purpose, but that is about it. Hellzephyr Lux is a great electric type pal due to having solid stats in itself, but then also giving electric type damage to the player while being ridden. However, again, electric type for combat is just not a really big deal in the current late game layout, which is why it's here. Beeguard is the only pal that you can plop at the ranch to create honey for you at your base. Honey is a meaningful resource, but just mostly for the fact that you can make it into cakes, which is great for breeding, so this does have very good use in itself. But then also, if you do choose to run an Elizabeth setup like we talked about earlier, Beeguard are just completely very much important to that too. Phalaris is just a very solid fire pal that also works as a very good flying mount too. Yakimo entirely exists for managing other pals, passing down passive traits through catching, which can enable you to set up breeding combos easier if you have a good Yakimo to begin with. Galeclaw and both of the Hangyu are here for their partner skill, which makes them act as gliders when you have them in your party. Galeclaw is better for speed and distance explicitly, though Hangyu can actually gain verticality if you use it right to let you climb with gliding. And these are here just as grappling hook cancel, glider flinging yourself around the map is a really efficient thing to do if you're not going to be flying. Then we have Rue, Kelsey, Kelsey Ignis, Hucrites, and Foxicle, which are all pals that boost the power of other pals in your party depending on their element. Fire, water, dark, and ice respectively. None of these will be your main pal, but they have a lot of potential for boosting the power of your main pal. Then we have Dazimu as just another really solid ground mount pal, followed by Bushi and Bushi Noct. Both of these have a strong pal exclusive ability, and their partner skill allows them to use it essentially a second time per cooldown. Then Gildane, decent ground mount, changes player damage to ground while ridden, which is a high tier partner skill, but the best ground pals are simply way better than what this can offer even then. Then we get up onto the A tier. These are genuinely very good pals, some of the best in the game, for a combination of combat or resource generating reasons. First up, Anubis. This is either the best or second best handiwork pal, depending on how you look at it, and it's also probably the second best ground type combat pal as well. The only singular reason it's not higher ranked is because it's not the clear cut winner for base work, and the one ground type combat pal that's above it is so far above it. Then Splatterina, the other consideration for best handiwork pal added in Faybreak. This one has level 4 handicraft base, so it can be boosted up to 5, which is great. It's dark type, so it's naturally nocturnal, which saves you a passive slot, and this pal is extremely efficient to have working on your base as a result. But it's not a great combat pal, which does limit it up at the A tier here, even if I do think it is the best handiwork pal in the game. Then Azurmane, this is fantastic as a ground mount pal, added in Faybreak, ridiculously fast, very effective for that specific purpose, and also the second best natural electricity generator pal for base work 2, which is a nice bonus. For combat, it's not bad either, but it isn't quite the best. Selene then is the strongest neutral pal for combat in the game. There's no other real bonus that this pal will give you, but it is very powerful for that. However, I've decided that even so, it gets locked into A tier, even being the strongest of its typing, because of a lack of meaningful base work suitabilities, and because a powerful neutral type pal will never actually be able to super effect anything, so it is a very limited typing to even boost to begin with. Then we have Yormintide. Very good as a combat pal, great as a watering pal, but not quite the best of either. Pretty much the same for Yormintide Ignis, except as a fire type pal and a kindling pal for the base work. Lylene is a solid grass type combat pal, defensively speaking, which isn't ideal. However, this one is boosted heavily by being great at multiple different parts of your base work setup, which is mostly why you would actually want a Lylene, just as a great sort of jack of all trades within your base. As for grass-based combat specifically, the best is Verdash, who applies grass type to the player's damage while out, letting you take care of any ground types really effectively with your own weapons. However, there is a limited amount of high-powered ground enemies in the late game or the end game, and while it is the best that grass damage has, it's still not crazy strong statistically speaking outside of that reason. After that is Felbat, whose main purpose is the partner skill that gives you and the pal lifesteal while it's out. This isn't crazy early on, but this has a very valid place in pure player boosting setups, where you run 4 Gobfin and a Felbat with like a legendary weapon, so you can deal massive damage to pals and then use the leech from the partner skill to heal yourself off of it, which is fantastic for things like longer tower boss fights. Then finally in this tier is Frostallion Noct. This pal has the highest attack stat of any dark pal, and it applies dark typing to player damage while ridden, but dark as a typing is somewhat limited, and while it does have a max level work suitability, it's only in gathering, which isn't a fantastic one to have if you had to choose. After that then we have the S tier. This is all of the best pals for various purposes in the game, except for one singular pal I've gotten the best plus tier all by itself. Starting this one off then is Polaris Aqua. This pal is a very, very strong water type pal for combat, arguably the best. It's a decent enough flying mount as well. It makes fire pals drop extra items when defeated for its partner skill, and on top of its combat benefit, it is also a tier 4 watering pal for your base, and one of, if not the best transporting pal by a combined metric of its size, movement speed, and carry load. Then we have Astagon, the best mining pal in the game, especially being dark type, so naturally nocturnal, but then also a really solid combat pal on top of that too. Chillin is the pal that when ridden applies dragon damage to player attacks, and this has an absolutely massive value potential for any enemy that is weak to dragon damage, which a few of the higher tier enemies actually are. Speaking of which, Necromus is one of the best ground mount pals combined with being extremely strong as a dark combat pal. Or Zerk is the best electricity generation pal without counting things like applied technique manuals, and either second best or best electric type combat pal as well. Bellinor and Libero is arguably the best dark combat pal. It has high movement and large AoE attacks just because of the way that it works, less utility than the other S tier dark pals, but great moveset. Then we have Bastigor. This is the best set and forget it ice pal, alternatively the best one to use within your base itself for fighting, maybe even for things like a Xenolord, as it excels as an ice pal without requiring you to ride it to achieve its power. It's also fantastic for cooling your base too, as far as its actual base work. After that is Blasmet, the strongest fire pal for pure combat, especially with its partner skill, that massively increases fire damage when ridden. And then Shadowbeak, who is arguably the strongest dark combat pal if you're willing to stay ridden on it, as a flying mount with 2 fantastic pal exclusive skills, and the partner skill that boosts its own damage while ridden significantly to go along with it. Then we have Prunella, a new pal in Fraybreak, and this pal increases the harvest rate of crops that you plant and farm in your base with it active, meaning that it increases the amount that you get every time that you harvest. This bonus actually stacks with having multiple Prunellas in your base too, and if you have a farming setup in your base that you care about, this pal is just irreplaceably good. No, it doesn't have much combat potential, but I cannot express how good this is for a base farming setup if you are running one of any kind, which is why it's the only base exclusive pal all the way up in this tier. Then we have Xenolord, one of the 2 strongest dragon type pals in the game. Great pal specific skills, no real base compatibility really, but solid for any pure dragon type needs. Then we have Gobvin and Gobvin Ignis, both of these purely for their partner skill, which boosts player attack damage while they are in the party, as most super high-end loadouts will have fully kitted out players running 4 of these in their party, and then 1 pal of their choice to actually have active. After that is going to be Jetragon. This thing is the king of travel pals. Fastest aerial movement, and especially with the ability to breed stamina consumption passives onto it now too, it is just an incredibly effective movement mount that is decent enough at actual combat too. Next up is Blasmet Ryu. This one is just a fantastic dragon combat pal, arguably the best one, definitely top 2, and if you're willing to ride it and control it manually as it boosts its own damage of dragon attacks while ridden, it's definitely the best one. Then as far as base work purposes, it's also a max level mining and kindling pal too as a bonus. Finally then for the S tier is Frost Stallion. Max level cooling for your base, which is great, and then either best or second best ice combat pal depending on how you look at it, with the massive bonus of giving you ice type on player damage while ridden, which is just absolutely massive against any ice weak pals. Finally then we have the S plus tier. This tier has 1 pal and it's Noclum. If you know what's up, you already know, but Noclum's partner skill when activated at full essence condensing, full 4-star ranking and such, is literally will triple Noclum's both attack and defense stat. So a well-built Noclum with good passives and IVs with star ranks added on can essentially be a singular main combat pal, strong enough to crush anything that you throw it at as long as that partner skill is active. It is nut strong. It is simply above the rest when it comes to combat, and it also has some use in your base as a transporter too as a little bonus as well. That just about does it for today then everyone. A tier list ranking every pal in Palworld.